Hey, what's up, Ron? My friend say you want to see Mirror Player. Look at Belton. First time here. Oh, what's going on, Dan? That's funny. Is there some crazy crafts? Nice. Let's see what we got here. 777, 61 with T1 Wed, +1 Frenzy, +1 Power, spell damage per power. Got perfect crucible tree, T1 attack speed, T2 fizz, T2 fizz, merciless. Right here we've got perfect attack speed, or perfect crucible tree with rampage, perfect crucible tree with rampage. Both of these are triple synth tier 1 crit multi. We got our the first ever one-handed weapon with +1 support gems and 15% explode. We also got double damage on there. And then multi +6 dex gems, so that we have level 11 enhance. Got a double charge shield there, our old weapon. 7% onslaught, double sevens power charge, triple sevens. We got foils and then the old squires. We got a lot of other stuff. Do you need to see the crucible tree? No. Sorry, let me redact that. If you want to maximize profit, you should do the crucible tree first, because then you can split it. If you do synthesis, you can't split the item. So for example, I actually fucked up earlier and forgot to imprint this because I was explaining to someone. Somebody's asking me a question, like typing me a question in chat, and I was replying to them. And so I rolled fucking... I harvest synthesized this without imprinting it, which means now I have to live with the fact that it has 1 implicit. So I'm obviously going to sell that, right? And this one, you can see it has the 3 implicits properly. Right, so you go. So all on stream yesterday, you'll remember, or if you saw my video, I did this in 4 hours, made a fresh tree, right? So I got tornado shot, rampage, 15%, 30, and then attacks, right? So because I did that first, I was then able to split it to get 2 bow bases, which is why they both are 4 white in the same slots. And then I imprinted it, and then you just come here and go synthesize, imprint, until you get 3 implicits. This one, for example, I bought because it has tier 1 flat fizz as an implicit. And if you notice here, this is the one I actually spent 21 mirrors on at the beginning of the league. It doesn't have tier 1 flat fizz. I rolled tier 1 attack speed like fucking 30 times. And fizz percent, I did actually roll it a couple times, tier 1 earlier on. But it removed, I think it was attack speed at the time, and I can't remember why I prioritized one over the other. However, tier 1 fizz I had never rolled. So I kind of operated the assumption that tier 1 flat fizz is the rarest. Obviously, it's anecdotal, but it's also the most impactful. So I just figured when I saw this was up for cheap, you know, why not take a shot? Now, since I bought this as a synth item, it's not going to matter. Like, because if I put a crucible tree on here, I can't split it, right? I'm just assuming you were doing multiple trees at a time. What are you talking about? No, this is not. You don't. I don't know. You can rewind the VOD. Everything I said, I just said clearly. There's a delay on your end, so when you're asking questions, like saying wait, I don't know what you're saying wait to, because it was, you heard it 30 seconds after I said it. I just made a video last night, literally just posted, on how to do trees, specifically these trees, and I also have a video on synthesis, but I also just explained it as clearly as I'm capable. I want to get back to what I'm doing now, so. If you didn't understand it, either rewind the VOD or go watch the videos. Have you ever played in a league, SSF or hard? Yep, I played league in SSF and hardcore. Um, I don't actually know if you guys know my background in gaming. I used to be a like I have really bad ADHD, so when I'm not streaming, I play the game completely differently. Um, I used to be like I was top 10 parsing Affliction Warlock in World of Warcraft prior first actually, and then I was top 15 Legend in Hearthstone, and I was the number one Greater Rift Barbarian in Warcraft 3 for a long time. If you actually look up my earliest guys, I used to like but I used to race to get like the first boss kill like 8 or 9 years ago. I still have my Parandus League demigods that I won, and I keep this in a remove only so that I can like show that it was one that I earned, not bought. Um, uh, but yeah, if you go look up like my original build guides, it'll be on like hidden potential, poison arrow, how to rush to kill Adziri first. Um, so it's not like I haven't gone down that avenue again. Like I've played PoE for almost 11 years. Um, a lot of people that like are prominent in the community now. Like I've taught those dudes like shit like 8 years ago. You know what I mean? I've been around the game for a long time, and because not too much really like I love PoE, but in terms of the dynamism of playstyle, like left click, right click, uh, whatever things blow up or things shoot out, sometimes there's mechanically somewhat different things, but like the one thing in the game that constantly changes is like the itemization, the new crafting currencies. Obviously there's always constantly new best in slots and blah blah blah. And in terms of helping other people, it's like I don't have much to add of value, I think. Performance wise, like in terms of like I can describe discharge till my fucking eyes bleed or my mouth, whatever, because I've played Discharge for fucking 10 years. But um, in fact, actually, without using POB, my Discharge build is more than 3 times the DPS and more than 2 times the EHP of any other person playing Discharge. Not just with like my specific build, like any other person using the gem Discharge in the league, which I found very funny. Um, but you know, um, yeah, I'll show you here quickly. Okay, so the only thing we're gonna use as a filter is come in, discharge. So I have 143 million DPS and I have 100,000 EHP. Okay, so you can see the highest of any discharge player, so that's our only requirement. So this can be manually cast too. This like I have a 60% less multiplier because I'm using Endless Misery. This doesn't even include that. We have more than double the DPS. Um, and at least probably this guy's only got 2,500 life. We have 4,000 plus 800 ES and 7 like defensive layers. My point being though, I don't even use fucking POB. I downloaded it because people wanted to see the build, so I showed it to them. Um, but illustrating my point though that there are elements to this game that I know very well. This being one of them, trading and crafting being another one. So I try to focus on like where my value add could be for other people, especially when I'm streaming, because I have a really hard time task shifting and with like I'm clinically diagnosed ADHD. Yeah, I mean, the whole TFT thing I'm not explaining. Ooh, nice. There are a million ways to cheese this too, though, right? Like, you see how right here, like I could take these 3 points. That's 65 multi, pinnacle multi, right? I can take 1, 2, 3, 4, and this. That's 18% more DPS because the hits having the inverted value is really highly weighted on your paper DPS against pinnacle bosses, because pinnacle bosses have a high DPS. Plus, it gives you shock effect. I could take these 2 points here, which would give me 8% damage per discharge and then 3% damage per each one. The multi here. Also, you can see jewels like this that get 66% crit multi. I have 4 one passive voices, 1, 2, 3, 4 down there if I'd like. I only have 3 equipped right now. But that means that I can have 840 crit multi just from those 4 jewel slots. Instead, I have things like the utility, right? I like a good balance, right? You can see here I'm running Grace, vitality, determination, discipline, and defiance banner. I could easily switch to, you know, Herald of Ice and fucking wrath and anger and whatever and pure that. But a lot of, you know, I like the quality of life of it. Like I have 204% movement speed, chaos res cap. We've got 55,000 armor, stun immunity, bleed immunity, ailment immunity. Um, you know, we can move across faster than anyone else can. You know what I mean? Like we're fucking zoom zoom. We've got explode here, we've got explode here, and we've got explode from Herald of Ice, so we can like literally chain explode. We've got suppression cap. You know, like those certain non-tangibles that Path of Building just doesn't account for. Oh, we also are using inspired learning because we get like having Headhunter mod is fun, makes you go zoom zoom, but that doesn't show up on Path of Building. I could switch that to 66 multi. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I feel like any person who actually has any substance within this game and understands this game at a level that is someone whose opinion is really worth like listening to, will understand that like Path of Building is, and I don't mean this in like a xenophobic way, but it's mostly for Korean RMTers that want to flex on each other, that don't actually play the game, and they just buy the most expensive gear and like they're like, haha, my tornado shot's better than your tornado shot. But like, does anyone really want to play cast on death discharge because it says it does a billion DPS, but you have 12% movement speed, and you die every 4.5 seconds? It's like, no, that's not how people play the game. In spite of that, though, as I said, the build was still. We have more than double the DPS of any other discharge build. And again, we are using Endless Misery, which is straight up 60% less damage. So if I just unequip this and then went to PLB, my damage would be 234 million. Right. Oh, I'm not running ferals, replica ferals. But you don't have to necessarily. If you want it to be up 100% of the time, yeah. But you can like run, for example, right here, you got the no, sorry, this one. 10% frenzy charge on hit. You can just run that. Like you can run just on an elegant hubris, you can gain an endurance charge every time you're hit, like once a second every time you're hit. And between frenzy charge on hit and that, and the power charge on crit, obviously the second you go into combat, right, there needs to be like a quick build up. But you hit 4 times a second with discharge, 7.5 times a second out of 10 stack blade vortex, and vortex is hitting, so it's not like you're gonna have any trouble building those. But obviously with replica Pharaoh's Fur, these are up like literally permanently. And that does give you, especially because we stack frenzy buffing so much, right? Like we get 4%, so we get 5% move speed per frenzy, then we get 10% global evasion, then we get another 4% global evasion here, and then we get 10% increased damage here, and then another 10% increased damage here, and then another 10% increased damage here, and then we get another 15% increased damage here, and then we get another 3% increased damage here. So it's like each frenzy charge gives us 4% more, 4% attack speed, 4% cast speed, fucking 54% increased damage, 14% increased evasion, 5% moves. You know what I mean? So it's like you you end up paying pretty big opportunity cost there. But yeah, there's certain things that I like synergistically, but you can change these all very easily, right? Like if I want to, I can take bup 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 bup. If I were just boss killing, that's probably what I would do. Again, same thing here. The crit multi here, 1, 2, 3, is less efficient than doing 3 points into a jewel, because 3 points into a jewel is, as I mentioned, 66 multi, upwards of 70 if you decide to go for a synthesis instead. Right here, though, against a boss, you can actually make this higher because it's against unique enemies. You can take that mastery, so for 4 points, you get 65 multi, plus you also get 40 crit. You know, right here, you can take this. There is some, it depends how much increased damage you have, but if you go with this mastery, you get 3% increased damage per charge. For myself, I have 20, I believe it's 28 charges, I believe. 11 plus 12 is 23, 5. Yeah, so I have 28 charges, so 28 times 3, 84, and then 8 times 11, 88, 160, 172% increased damage just for those 2 points. However, you do lose a power charge because a minimum charge prevents you from discharging it. And but it would still be a massive DPS increase. However, it's just I don't really have an issue with damage right now. And so I took those 2 points out and I put them into suppression over here just to give myself a little layer there. And I put in an additional aura with the reservation efficiency. But again, I can drop one of those anytime. We get 4 points back, switch that to a different jewel, put 2 points there. Can pick up life mastery, suppression mastery, whatever it is. The great thing about discharge is that you can pretty much play this however you want and just swap things around. Like right here, chance to avoid shock. I can just get that on a tree. Right now I have corrupted blood immune, recover on suppression, and some res things. I'm primarily using this because it's shiny and I am insecure and I want to flex on people. However, you can get like 80% life. You can get +4 max res right here, which you can then use with, what's it fucking called again? The one that gives you like -4 max res, but it makes all of your, I'm blanking on the name, melding of flesh. Right here, you can get 100% shock avoidance. So if I got 100% shock avoidance there, I can just swap fucking floss suffix here to like 3% regen, or curse immunity, or move speed, whatever you want. It's very malleable, right? Like I can change this to do whatever I like, pretty much. We have access to 6 to 7 auras. We have access to mage blood, obviously, so we can change our flasks as we need. And also because the goal of the tree primarily is to pick up as many charges as possible, right? Like look how many. Let's count how many individual jewels we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I have 17 jewels. I can also go 18 right there and put 1 passive voices, and that would be 19, 20, 21. You know what I mean? So when you have like right now 17 jewels, I can fucking customize that quite a bit, right? Like there's only a very few amount of them that are necessary. Megalomaniac, that's optional. That's optional. That's optional. That's optional. That's optional. Right now I have penetration and life gain on hit with vitality. We don't need that. The forbidden flesh, you do need. Swift killer. Well, I guess technically you don't need to, but it's 2 charges. It's not like you're going to pass up on that. I could drop both of these and just get rid of an aura. Like each one of these represents approximately a 50 or 25% aura. The forbidden flesh, that's necessary. And then again, aspired lure, not necessary. Right? So this is actually necessary though. Impossible escape plus elegant hubris. Elegant hubris's downside is that you don't get access to small passives, right? They don't do anything. And impossible escape makes it so that you can allocate nodes without having to pick small passives, basically. So the fact that Supreme Decadence gives us access to 5 keystones right here that we can then convert with Elegant Hubris, and not to mention the ones up here as well, we can pick up Culling Strike from Dagger Mastery, right? Yeah, we get access to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 different conversions there. And you can see we get 10% per frenzy, 20% per frenzy, 30% per frenzy. I have 12 frenzy charges. That's 360% increased damage, 80% spell damage, 440% increased damage, and Culling Strike for 5 points. Right? That's absolutely massive. Right? And then suppression wise, you can go if we put on facing, so we have a quartz flask on, which already by itself gives us 19% suppression. Then you get 45 here, another 8 for having phasing. So that's 27, 65, 72% you just get from that, right? Nothing else. 72% for 1 node in there. Then you can wrap up, and instead of grabbing those other life nodes, you can just pick up these 4 and then go 1, 2, 3, and it'll be suppression capped. You can put 9% suppression on your dark ray vectors. As well, you can just switch. Right now, you see how I have Zealotry Pen. I can add Grace Grace on here and put 15% suppression from Grace. As well, where did my flask go? As well, I can just go 2 points to right here and get 8% suppression, and I can switch in Impossible Escape right there, because 1, 2, 3, 4. That would work perfectly fine as well. Or if you really want to, you can even come down here, pick up these hybrid nodes, and go in there. So lots of ways to get suppression. Again, increased damage, very easy to scale through this as well with the new Crucible passive trees. We get that. And by virtue of the fact that Discharge is tagged over all those different skill types, we are able to get upwards of 1500% crit multi, right? And you can see here, I not only do I have a 100% chance to not consume, right? I also have a level 31 discharge, right? So that means that each charge I get gives me, what's that base damage? 1700 plus 5100, 61. It's almost 7000. That's 3500. That's 10,500 base damage per charge, basically, if you combine all three of them together, roughly. About 11,000, actually, because the lightning's a bit higher. 11,000 base damage per charge, and we have 28 charges, right? So we have a level 31 gem. The power charges and the endurance and the frenzy charges, there are base damage as well. You can see I have 7% damage per power charge, so that we have that replicated. So that's 14% per power charge. Then we get another 3%. That's 17%. 8%. That's 25%. Then you get 4 here. That's 29%. 15 here. That's 44% increased damage per power charge. Then we get 10% crit multi per power charge. Okay. Then we get 58% crit chance per power charge. And then we get 8% mana regen per power charge. 3% area of effect per power charge. And it goes on and on, right? Like people were wondering, for example, that guys were like chirping when I posted this, and I was just saying how excited I was because I got, like, it has life, double power charge, and aspect of the cat. Literally anything on top of that is icing on the cake. And people just see this and they're like, oh, you only have 3 nodes on there. Like, who gives a shit about having just 2 power charges? Well, it's not just 2 power charge, right? Like, a power charge for me is my base damage, 58% crit chance, 10% crit multi, 48% increased damage, 8% mana regen, 3% area of effect, and it goes on, right? And then frenzy obviously scales really well there. Endurance charge, I don't have too much scaling on at the moment because obviously endurance charge, while it's a nice defensive one, the resistances, obviously they have a ceiling of effectiveness. You know, the easiest way to get, like, because I have frenzy and power here, and I'm using Dark Ray Vectors instead of Death Store. Death Store would give you 2 endurance charges here, but instead Frenzy gives us, Dark Ray gives us a Frenzy instead of the endurance. Frenzy, obviously, given the fact that we have that singularly stacking, plus, you know, 4% more, just like what the base gem does itself. After you have res cap, only getting the fizz mitigation from an endurance charge is obviously worse than 4% more damage, plus 4% attack speed, plus 4% cast speed. So, but we could easily switch that up too, right? Like, we switch Savagery here to an endurance charge. We switch that to Death Store. That's plus 2 endurance charges, minus 2 frenzy. And then we go to, instead of coming down here to pick up that frenzy, we go over here and pick up this endurance, right? And simply by doing that, it would go from, right now you can see it's at 12 and 5. And the reason it's 11 and 4 is because of the -1 from here. So 12 and 5 would go to 9 and 8, right? So you can balance these things out as you wish, right? It's very, very easy for me to change things based on what fight I'm doing, what my short-term goals are. You know, if I'm trying to fucking be super tanky, like when I do labs, for example, you know, I put on a granite flask and lots of life regen, and I focus on fizz mitigation and speed, right? If I'm doing farming ashlings, right, like I'll throw on some chaos res and a little bit of life regen. You know, if I am trying to explain how the build works to, like, people that are dumb and think POB really matters, I'll throw on like fucking 10 of these jewels, because then it, like, the numbers go burr, right? Like, it's just yeah. The build hasn't really substantively changed in some time, like in terms of how I've played it. But there has been a much higher interest this league because it was like the first time I literally pointed to POB and showed people what I've always been saying. And that's a little annoying. It's like, you've always watched me playing it like with the same degree of efficacy. In fact, last league was probably stronger because of Original Sin converting all the damage to chaos. You don't have to worry about balancing different damage types. And you can still run skitter bots to get shock and chill. They do them happy, yeah. Ooh. Okay. 2 strand drops, okay? La 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 la. I haven't cleared my atlas yet. This is just pretty funny because I've been crafting so much. I still only have 3 favorited maps, and I don't even have my fucking whatchamacallit. You can also stack these too, because you get the AOE, the crit multi, the and the double damage, which is essentially just a 5% more multiplier. So for the 4 points here, you get 10% AOE, 45% crit, 5% double damage, 10% multi, 10% multi, and then 5 strength and 2. They're quite efficient. Unless you're like hard capped on it's you get to a point eventually that you sort of actively have to work against getting crit, just so you're not being inefficient. Read this. Oh my god, reduced fucking Christ. 42% reduced defenses per frenzy charge. I was like, why is Drox doing so much damage to me? And I was like, oh, I have negative 500% defense. That makes sense. I never read alters, and I should. 12 prize charges, 42% reduced per. Sick loot filter? Yeah. That's the difference. There's levels to this shit. You use a loot filter to filter out the trash. Right? I have to use a loot filter to sort through my riches. How come I'm respecking? I literally just spent probably 35 minutes answering that question. And yes, it has nothing to do with, like, it depends if I'm running maps. Yeah, I'll go maybe a bit more AoE again. Pop it inspired learning, focus on explodey here. Right, like getting unspeakable gifts. Normally I'd have Herald Device on. I don't know why I don't right now. Okay, yeah, because I was doing labs, so I took off. Actually, I should have Herald Dice on. You guys didn't even get to see chain explosions there. What a shame. But yeah, I would take off Discipline, put on Herald Device. Like I tend to do things in batches, right? Like I don't need fucking Culling Strike while doing maps. But you know, if I'm doing Uber bosses or something like that, I'll obviously put on Culling Strike. But if I'm doing Uber bosses, I don't need to have like unspeakable gifts. You know what I mean? So you could just change things up as you want to. I can switch the flasks. I can switch my auras. Okay, right now we're using Discipline, Haste, Defiance Banner, Vitality, Determination, right? And Zealotry. So I can switch in Grace. I can switch in Herald Device. I can switch in um, Wrath or really Hatred if I wanted to. Um, whatever. Little baby of yours. That's a nice one. I don't understand the tree though. Why is the tree not done? What is going on with your tree? The whole point of crafting this is to have dex gems. Why don't you have dex gems? Oh, you're just doing that at the end? Like, why don't... Yeah, I still don't get that. What the fuck is going on? You realize it's much harder to fix that when you can't fucking imprint. Christ. The crit multi is really nice there. Lightning damage to spells. Discharge has a really high base damage multiplier, so flat damage added actually gets multiplied by 6. We have a 600% effectiveness. However, the higher your gem level, so if you're playing 100% chance for discharge to not consume charges, you're presumptively going to have an awakened empower or at least a level 4 empower, and you're 3 link, right? So and presumably as well a level 21, 23 discharge. If that's the case, you're going to have a level 31 discharge. So you could see here, like with just lightning damage, right? We have 2,000 to 5,000 roughly per power charge, and we have 11 power charges. So 22,000 to 55,000 lightning damage. So divide that by 2, it's like 38,000 average lightning damage. So even though it gets multiplied by 6, right? Like 30, so that's 40 lightning damage divided by 2 is 20. So 120 average lightning damage when every time you're discharging, you're doing 37,000 lightning damage, which is only a third of your damage once, 4 times a second. Added damage is not a great mod. The multi is great though. Support gems obviously is necessary. Priority wise, explode is actually quite good. Nice little quality of life. Getting little chain explosions, but in terms of pure DPS output, it would be double damage with spells, and crit multi tier 1, which is 30%. 5% Ellie Pen is good too. No awakened enhance. That should be your first priority, as well as putting a tree on that squire. You should go put a tree on the squire right now because that can actually make a pretty big difference. If you get, for example, I don't know if you have mage blood, but or you can get like 4% max res on there, right? And then you can start running melding. If you have like 85, 90, like 85, 86, 87 max res, you don't need to have suppression really. So you have the option to run the max res route, the suppression route. You can actually even go the spell block route if you'd like to. So that's how you can deal with the elemental side of it. His side is actually quite easy. Like even right now, without a granite flask, I have 30,000 armor. You know, I throw on a granite, and that's 42,000 armor. And I have like literally no specking into that at all. You can run iron reflexes and run grace too. It'll put you over in the 100,000 range. Plus, you've got the endurance charges. You know what I mean? Like, there's just the build is fun to play. Discharge is a cool skill. It scales incredibly well because there's always things to upgrade, right? Because a lot of like, especially if you have like a lot of people when they get towards like mid league and they have a bunch of money, they just want to gamble. Well, that's great. Discharge is a good build for you because discharge is like largely what most people refer to as gambling, right? Like if you want to upgrade your shit, you're gonna have to get those corruptions for the endurance charges, the frenzy charges, and the power charges, right? You're gonna have to go ahead and roll some implicits to get synthesis mods. You know, it's and then jewels are always fun too. Obviously, jewels provide so much customization, and auras too. Right? Like it's just I fucking love the build, man. I'm glad people have shown like this league. A lot more people have shown interest than would be like normally. People just tend to come in here like, "Why are you playing Discharge? Discharge hasn't been good since 2006." I'm like, there's no bad builds, just poor people. You know, and I think this league, at least from my observation, people have been asking a lot more about it and showing some interest. No, I mean, it's a calculated risk, but it's an upgrade like anything else, right? Like it's your discharge lever. There we go, baby. But I mean, aside from the fun element of it, again, I would like to remind you, this is the only filter I have right here is discharge the skill. Okay, we are running endless misery, which gives us 60% less damage. Okay, I could just take that off to fuck with POB, but I don't. Of any person playing discharge on any ascendancy, as well as any version that includes dots with discharge, includes cast on death. The only thing we have filtering here is discharge. We have more than double the DPS of any other discharge build. We also by far have the highest quality of life because we're playing again with a 1.6 claw and shield charge, 7 attacks per second, 200 move speed. We also have doubled the EHP of any of these. Like look at these, 2,500 life. Yeah, it's just these people don't know what they're doing, frankly. But when you're playing the highest quality of life, that literally like not to be crass, we're literally shitting on every other person. Like I've never like we are double what anyone else has, playing the skill period, right? And I mean I'm not saying that to pump my own tires. I'm just saying that like the perception, obviously, when the perception of a skill as a whole is people playing this version here, which is literally half every metric that most people quantify by. Plus, it's also the lowest quality of life. You can understand why a lot of people think, "Hey, discharge is a shitty skill," and it's like, well, you know, maybe it's just because people don't know how to do it properly. Meta is not a real thing. Meta is just every skill is shitty until someone who's popular enough says it isn't, basically. So, I'm glad people are. I mean, I'm happy for discharge as a whole because obviously I'll rep that shit to the death. But I'm happy people are being more open to exploring things outside of what they already know. People don't have 30 mirrors. That's cool. You pay 1 for mine. Let me do it, or you just buy one with 1 charge. These are 2 chaos gloves. This is a 1 chaos pair of boots. I actually bought both of these corrupted already. This was 1 divine. This for double corruption with double 7%, 1 divine. This was 20 chaos. This ring, you only have to get 1 of them because of Kalandra's touch. So you can, if you really want to get a perfect one like this, buy 1 mirror. The helmet's the only one that's expensive. And on this one, I had this exact. I had a 100% chance to not consume discharge ready on day 2 of the league. You see this claw or this sword? This sword cost me 6 divines to make. Pretty much the exact same thing. This has just got like numerical upgrades, right? We get 3% double damage, explode, crit multi, AoE, and then damage scaling on the bottom. This one is just straight up, basically the we get the AoE as well, but same thing, just the function, right? I was using, instead of using golem, like a rare one, you can buy precursors with a power charge for 10 divs, and you can still use KT if you want. Switch your auras up. Like, it's really, yeah, if you're looking at my, like, the vast majority of the cost that I have associated with this is pure frivolity. Like, the only you can get the +1 endurance charge here and the frenzy charge here for basically free. The power charge here on a power charge helm, that's the only one that's expensive. Getting double charges here at most is going to cost you a mirror. But you can also just use a precursors, and the precursors in some cases might even compare depending on what kind of damage scaling mods they have. This is mostly quality of life. The Squire, same thing. And then, you know, despite the fact that I'm using several 1 passive voices, which, by the way, you could have bought for 60 divines if you bought them early enough, but nobody ever buys this shit. Like, this is the good thing too, right? Like, nobody plays, like, the stuff that Discharge prioritizes is the shit that other builds get later in the league, right? It's things like, you can buy a synth ring with a power charge for like 20 divines in the first week. And who the fuck is looking for synth rings with power charges in the first week? Nobody. That's why they're 20 divines. But like, that's the most important thing we can get. So we inadvertently end up buying stuff that rapidly appreciates by virtue of our necessity. Like, I made the first Awakened 5 enhance and the first Awakened 5 empower in the league because of the claw. But by doing so, I was actually able to buy clean enhances for 3 divs. And because nobody had hit level 4s yet, I just used Bramblebacks, and then every single one that bricked, I sold for 4 divs, which meant I was actually making money on the bricks. So I just got to corrupt them infinitely until I hit level 5s, which I then started selling for 50 divs. And mirrors were only fucking 109, right? These pairs, like, you can literally get Dark Ray Vectors with +1 endurance charge for the entire league for like 20 chaos. Look right now. There are dozens of them for less than 10C. And Surge Binders with a Frenzy. 10 chaos, 5 chaos, 4 chaos. Replica Ferals, this league, 10 divines as a 6 link. Mage Blood obviously is expensive, but I was using a Doriani's invitation for a large portion of the league. Ashes I bought for 7.5 divs on like the 4th day. And if you have a helmet that does not have the double power charge, just the single one, which again is primarily a numerical change, like this one right here, I bought this helmet base for 30C, and then I just put on a Warlord's Orb for 40 chaos, and then alterations until I hit a power charge, or chaos expand until I hit a power charge. Like, that's it. And then you put on an aspect. So you can sit there and try and say like the builds only works because you got a bajillion dollars, and you know what I mean. It's just not true. There's very good ways to scale it, but you know, there's always a million reasons not to do something and a million reasons why. I could have thought that, but I could have made that up and done that and stuck with it, but I just didn't want to. I don't really care particularly about the credit. In fact, when I actually invited this build, and I invented this build, Kobe Black Mamba made a YouTube video about it without asking me, using footage from my stream, and it's just actually it's kind of funny. But I was actually kind of happy about that because at that moment I felt more vindicated than I did. Like, I didn't care about the fact that like there was no like whatever. I was literally just happy that fucking people were like, yo, Discharge isn't trash anymore. Here, look. How to discharge and not consume charges. I go over James Belton's. It's like nobody asked me for that. But at the same time, that was the first time I was like, oh, okay, like uh I felt somewhat vindicated. This league a little bit more too, because like there have been quite a few people who are actually jumping in on it, and every single person that started playing this has told me how fun it is. Is the Crucible tree needed to get this build to function? The only thing you need is +1 dex gems, which is the first. Again, I made this for 6 divs. You just need the +1 dex gem. So all you need to buy is a one-handed melee weapon. And you know, I'm gonna make a record a video. I was thinking about doing this yesterday, just to record a video on how does the build work, what do you need, how to get it going, blah blah blah. Because I feel like I end up doing this fucking speech every day, and I love being able to be like, just watch my last fucking video, you lazy fuck. Because you know, I have fucking rage issues, and everything is chat's fault. So, no. But I feel like it's obviously a little counterproductive to spend like an hour each day explaining the virtues of the build. But it is honestly, it's really fun. Like, presumably you guys know that I can afford to play anything that I want at any time that I want. There's a reason I choose to come back to this every league. If you recall, last league I crafted 13 mirror items. I had a 55 mirror tornado shot character, and I still wanted to play discharge. Like I made that play tornado shot. And I was like, this is fucking boring, and I went and played discharge. And I had like literally a full, like every piece of gear that I had on was an original mirror crafted item on the tornado shot, and it still like didn't even compare to the experience of playing discharge. And for me, that it is like a non-tangible, right? Like discharge to me is like quintessential PoE, right? Like every game that you play has like a version of like a tornado shot or like a split arrow or a fireball or a cyclone skill, right? Like those are just kind of the generic whatever, but like discharge to me is so uniquely PoE, right? These charges that have different buffs that then get translated through your massive skill tree and then converted into your base damage, but they also can be consumed. But also with like the supreme itemization, you can work around and combine endless misery with a bench crafted mod using a trigger, which then hits a discharge here, which because of you stacking different quality types, allows you to combine that with a craft and a very rare gem to prevent it from losing those charges, so that you can craft like infinitely cast it at the speed that you like. It's just like, you know what I mean, like the dynamic interaction between that, as opposed to just being like I press left button, like fireball shoots from character. That's fine, you like playing like that, that's cool, but like I mean like uh it's just the layered ways in which it feeds into itself, I think for me are um, everything that makes PoE great. Plus, if you play something like this, you'll learn a lot about the game, right? Because you have to understand overlapping things. You know what I mean? Like you understand charges, corruptions, crafting for crit elemental, spell based stuff, balancing crit multi and increased damage. How like ailment avoidance. Like again, I don't use POB. I only downloaded it the other day. Um, because I wanted to figure out which implicit was best on my claw. And on the basis of me playing Discharge for so long and learning about the stuff, like just be again by repetition, the build was more than double the DPS of any other person. And I can guarantee you again, and that's with while using Endless Misery, right? And there are just things that like I can tell when I look at people's discharge builds all the time, like, yo, that's a mistake, that's a mistake, that's a mistake. And a lot of the time it's like I'll Google discharge guide and I'll see exactly why they're doing that. It's because somebody told them to that didn't know what they were talking about. And the only way to combat that obviously is to play and have experience with it. And I've never played a character on the left side of the tree. I don't even know what a brand is. Like I could not tell you what a brand skill. I talk to Z-Boobs all the time. He's like, I'm playing a brand skill. I was going in the military for 3 years. I left that legacy league and I came back at heist. And so like when I came back, there was like fucking 70 skill gems added, which is why partially I played Blade Vortex, Discharge, and Tornado Shot exclusively, which if you recall, are like the 3 most popular builds from 2016 when I left. But at this point, I'm like afraid to ask. But when you like a common mistake that an average person would have, I think, is that they would see all this stuff and think that having a breadth of knowledge is what will make you excel because there's so many things, and so understanding all of them is gonna whatever. Is like, nah. You start small and focus on something like discharge, right? And then you start to learn how charges work, right? And then you start to learn how crit works and crit multi, and you start to learn how like an elemental spell works, right? You start to figure out how corruptions work, right? And then you have an interaction between a threshold jewel and a crafted mod. The only way to get this crafted mod and to get this claw is by using fossils and getting a delve mod, and also learning how to use creature chimerals and beast crafting. Plus, you have to have a crucible tree, so you learn synthesis too. With this, you have to learn how the replicas work. You know what I mean? It's like you have this one narrow focus, and then that evolves into other things. But I still don't know. Like I've never played a minion build. I've never played a totem build. I've never played traps or mines. I've never made a character that starts on the left side of the tree. Period. Um, but at the same time, like I've won demigods and races and stuff like that, right? But it's you don't need to be good at everything in this game. It's like if you're good with like if you know everything about like 5 things, you're gonna do 100 times better than the person who knows 5 things about 100 things. You know what I mean? Um, and yeah, to the death, I'll stand by that. So this is what I've chosen to put my time into over time. Uh, I love playing it, and I love how rewarding it is. Again, I league started with this league. Um, you could start like you're not going to start with 100% chance to not consume. What I first did was like cost breeze, and I think I was using like Codicai or whatever the fuck it's called, just so I couldn't miss. And then I could switch that up with the chance to not consume. But at the same time, I'm running like say Vol's Devo and a Vol's Devotion and Vol's Protector, or an elevated chest. You can run like a 9 link claw and plus Squire. Like if you go look on my fucking YouTube page, there's like 15 like different versions of Discharge from every league I've made a video. But there's ways to scale it up quite easily. And you can actually play this with a bow too, which I think technically does more damage, but the bow, you lose the quality of life of shield charge, which I would never ever give up just by itself. But also this league, you lose the crucible tree that you get from a shield. So I think it's actually probably worse this league. But like for example, if you had a bow here instead of this, right, you would get the benefits of like the plus gems, right? So you would get +6 to dex to dex gems, right? So you could put in like awakened added cold damage, and you'd have a level 12 awakened added cold, which would then give 2 gem levels to discharge, because anything that gives +1 gem level, in its awakened version, when it gets to level 5, at level 10 it gives you 2 levels. So when you're using something like this, where you have +1 support, +1 all gems, +1 dex, +2 support, +1 dex, even just with the +1 gems, the +1 support, and the +2 support, that's +4 levels, right? Which means awakened gems can go to level 6 naturally, which means you can make any awakened gem level 10. And so if you can put in awakened added cold, awakened added lightning, awakened added fire damage, awakened added chaos damage, awakened LE focus. What else adds? Anyways, all those 4 or 5 at the bare minimum. At level 5, they give you +1 gem level, but now they give you +2 because they'd all be level 10, right? So you can actually get like a level 37 discharge there, and then you can get like 18% double damage with spells as an implicit on like a bow. Basically these exact values. The +1 support gems is static, however. The explode would be a bit higher. And then when you look on the tree, the crucible tree, even though you get one of them, like instead of getting 15%, it would be 25% there. The dex gems doesn't change. The crit multi goes from 60 to 100. But like, yeah, this doesn't change, and that doesn't change, and the plus support gems doesn't change. Plus you get a whole other tree. So yeah, you might get a little bit more damage because of how you can scale up the levels on certain supports. But again, you're going to lose the quality of life of, like, again, shield charge. It's hard for me to actually demonstrate how fast I move, because it moves too quickly. We shield charge 7 times a second. If there's just like a straightaway path, it's absurd how much faster we are than people. I was doing lab runs with people the other day, and it's like I would literally get half a map ahead of them anytime there's like a straightaway. But yeah, using a bow can have some, I guess, damage advantages potentially, but again, you have to forego using shield charge, which you also lose the block too. My gem levels, they're level 31. But yeah, like customization is key, right? When you hear people get it bored, right? Why do most people quit builds, right? Because they don't feel like the time that they're investing into the build is rewarding them in a way commensurate with the effort they're putting in. Right? That's why people like making new characters so much, because between like level 70 and level 90, it's like you can spend like 20 chaos and it's like, oh, my character is 50% better every time you get a new piece of gear. It's exciting because you have like this substantial change. You're learning new things, whatever. I was like, Discharge is always like that because you can always change shit, right? You have 17 jewels, you have 7 auras, you have about 15 different flasks. You have like this can be changed to Death's Door or the pair of boots here. This can be an Eldritch one. This can be fucking Hands of the High Templar. This could be a elevated chest. This can be a synthesized chest. You can do any series of different rings here. Helmets can change that up too. Synth claws, whatever. Right? Like you can get the double explode, Herald Divine. Like it's just there's never things to run out of, and I think that that's a hard thing to find in the game. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like playing Tornado Shot last league, is because like it was like, all right, like even as I got better, it just felt like numbers were going up, right? That there wasn't like a, you know, it's like, okay, my TS says it does like 120 million. All right, now it does 140. But I was like, shit just still explodes. The game plays the same way, right? Like you can change a single gem here, right? Like you can put in Conk Effect, increase your damage by fucking 40% more, but your charge is your thing is much smaller, right? Your AOE, right? I don't take a single point of AOE in my tree, right? You can pick up an extra, what's that? 10, 20, 30%, 40%, 50%, 60%, 80%, 90%. You put in two other ones that give you 3% per power, vast power. That's another 50, 140%. Anyways, you get the point. Like, you can make Discharge be screen fucking wide. You can even do fucking funky shit. Like, you can get the cluster passive Thunderstruck, which makes it so anytime you critically strike a shocked enemy, it knocks them back. So you can use Thunderstruck, and then you can put on the fucking gloves from Ghostbusting gloves, where fucking knockback is inverted. I forget the name of them. The Hands of the Goliath. So you can run around on a map with a massive discharge like this, and because you shock 100% of the time, so you 100% crit, and you're hitting with massive size lightning damage because of all the base damage. Every time you're running by like this, the fucking you're going to be knocking back everything in your path, but then the gloves are going to pull them into you. So you're doing like a fucking, none of them are actually going to survive this, but you can basically fucking ghost bust with Discharge, which is pretty cool. I'm going to go have a cigarette though. Anyways, I don't know why I've been going on about this so long. I'm glad some of you guys are hyped. I've been getting a lot of messages about the Discharge though, and that's been pretty cool for me to see, because it's been a fucking been a long time I've been playing Discharge, and equally as long as I've been, and for equally as long I've been mostly mocked for it. So it's nice to see people with them that seem legitimately excited, are enjoying it. I also sniped this quiver. I didn't tell you guys this. When I logged in, I saw a crit multi quiver for fucking 30. Or no, so sorry. Somebody messaged me and says I have business opportunity for you, and they wanted to sell me the quiver that they had been synth rolling because they couldn't afford to keep doing it, and they had 17 multi on it. And I was like, honestly, man, like I'm not trying to put down your craft. I was like, but the crit multi is the hardest thing to get. It's about a 1 in 5,000 vulture. Last league I spent 18 mirrors using vultures on my mirror quiver, and the highest I got was 23 crit multi. I was like, in fact, if I go look up 3 implicit quivers right now with tier 1 crit multi, I bet you there's only a handful of them. And I go and look, and every single one, there's like 6 of them. and every single one of them is a mirror, except for the one that was posted 2 minutes earlier for fucking 40 divines. And guess what I did? I bought that shit. So, and then I looked, and like, there's obviously some that are fully fleshed out in terms of implicits, but like that's tier 1 cold damage and tier 2 elemental damage. There's actually 2 mirror quivers that are basically the exact same implicits as this. And if you know anything about quiver crafting, it's incredibly easy. So the explicits are kind of like a non-factor, at least in the way I think about it, in the same way that ring explicits are a non-factor. And then we saw one other guy jump on and sell this one for post this for 150 divines. And since I had sniped that at 40, guildmates were watching out and alerted me to this. So I put 50 divines in, and then 2 other guys each put 50 divines in. We're just going to flip that one. This one has the tier 1 crit multi as well. As I think there's like tier 3 or 4 crit chance and like the tier 3 lightning damage. It does have 4 tier 1 on the explicit, so. What else? Yeah, yesterday I crafted. I wanted to see how long it would take to make a perfect tree. If you guys didn't see this, I made a tornado shot mod, rampage, explicit chaos fizz, 30% attack speed and fizz, so a literal perfect tree, which I then split. So I have 2 of them, and then I manually harvest synthesize to get the 3 mods. Anyways, these are about 200 divines each now. I spent 113 divines doing it, and I was able to do it in under 4 hours. So, quite lucrative, assuming they sell, which they will, whether or not it's at that price or a little bit lower, a little bit higher. My break even would be to sell each one for 60 divs. Given the fact that the cheapest one on the market was about 160, I don't think it's an issue. So even though it does look like we have like all of these fucking, we got the bows and the quivers, we're not actually like, it's not, there's no deeper meaning to that. It was just by virtue of what was flippable at the time. In the same way, most of my mirror crafts are targeted towards Omni too, just because there's so many people playing bow builds, and a lot of people with high-end budgets are doing so, because attack-based crit builds obviously scale well with investment. Holy fuck, I just talked without breathing, not without breathing, but I just talked a lot. This is the bow from the beginning of the league, by the way. Tier 2, Tier 2, Tier 1. It's got the double damage on it. I could easily switch in the fucking Rampage, though. Rampage on a bow is only 20 divs. And if you go look at Rampage on, like, literally any other base type, it's, like, fucking 400. Shows you how many people are actually playing bows, though. I think yesterday when I looked, there were 120 weapons in the entire league, online, offline, that had Rampage on them. And 91 of them were on bows. There were only 2 that were on claws. So I kind of realized that if I do ever want to put Rampage on here, which is unlikely because I would have to lose this right here right now gives us 375% increased damage. So to get Rampage, which is pure quality of life, since you can just fucking weapon swap to get Rampage, with Vakashas or whatever that fucking axe is called. I know it's flavor of the moment, but it's not actually really. If you really do want it, again, it's as simple as pressing X at the beginning of a map one time. But yeah, losing 375% increased damage over that seems silly, but people like what people like. So I did get a whole tab of claws with trees. So these are all fucking whatever. So we can go do that at some point too. Anyways, I'll be back shortly. Y'all can mingle. Oh no, you have to press X twice if you lose it? If you're playing a build that has a mirror fucking weapon and you drop Rampage in a map, I think the issue isn't the weapon or the Rampage or the fact that you had the weapon swap. I'm gonna be straight with you guys though. I do want to actually a couple things. One, because I just put up the 50 divs on that with those guys, which I wasn't planning on doing. I was gonna buy all crate chicks with it, so I could roll a couple of these things. I'd like to wait to get a little bit of maybe another 20 divs or so I could buy at least 15 crate chicks and then roll a couple of these implicits. As well, I've been sitting here for like 4 or 5 hours and I'm quite hungry, so I'm gonna go smoke. I've got a drink with me here, but I might be like 15 minutes or something like that. I'm gonna be like nearby, but I might make some food until I've got enough crate chicks to like this one, for example. Like rerolling that lightning damage could probably add just adding a a 1 in 5 mod on there could add like 200 fucking divine value to that. A couple of these bows and stuff too, but yeah. Trying to think of what is the most like clickbaitiest weapon or item I have right now. Yeah, like when people like join the stream and they see it and they're hovering over it, they're like, "Whoa, that's nice." That's sick. Oh, Mike's on. Okay, what's up? Was AFK still relevant? No, it's okay, I got it. I'll be on for an hour. I'm also working. I can't hear you. Stream. I'm just not talking. I don't always have something to say. Right now I need vultures. Or sorry, I got paid by Spicy Shushi's team. They bought something from me and they paid me in so I've got 90 vultures. I don't have any crate chicks though. But what I do have, again, the possessing the knowledge of last night, I was able to get the T1 Fizz, the flat Fizz, which is the hardest implicit to roll on I-87 spine bows. Plus I've got two perfect crucible trees with the rampage, the mirror quiver for them 4, and then I was able to buy a 30% to 30% quiver. Um, at the moment though, what's really needed are crate chicks. I might just sell my own Calandra's Touch just to get some short-term liquidity. I have 90 vultures. We're rolling a second mod, so I need 3 to 1. So we need 30 crate chicks roughly. But like on this one, for example, or this one, you can see we've got 1.9 mirror, 340 divs, 7 mirrors. These two I want to roll still. These are the perfect rampage trees. This was the square I was using, which I might end up recombinating to be, or forging onto this. The old weapon. To buy the one quiver earlier, I sold. If you don't know if you guys remember, yesterday I bought a mirror, and I only paid was it 382 or 384 divines for it. Came back today and they were fucking 439. I sold it for 439 divs earlier. And so that's why I bought this third pass, the third voices, because I figured I saw one that was posted at 180 and the other ones were at 205. So I didn't think I needed that much liquid cash on me at the moment or at that time. And but then another quiver popped up, and a couple guys in the guild wanted to split invest in it. So I gave them, like, we all put in 50 divs to get this one. And then I was stoked because, again, I spent 2,500 vultures and 1,500 crate checks rolling this, and we didn't get flat fizz T1 once. I saw this one posted at 40 divs with the 3 implicits, IE7 right base. I was like, holy shit, like, I gotta buy that. And then like an hour later, I saw this one posted, same thing, 30, three implicits, right item level, right base. But this one also had 30 quality. It was 6 linked, and it already had the 15% explicit mods on it. So I was like, I can't really justify buying that one at 40, getting all stoked, and then having this one show up on 35. Plus, it's already got all those mods. Plus, since I personally invested in this, and then doing a split investment with this, and we already had that guild thing from before with this. Plus, I've got the 2 crucible trees. And this one, I was like, look, I don't actually need fucking 5 spine bows, but at the same time, it makes sense defensively to purchase this one. And if I'm going to roll the vultures that I have, it makes more sense to do on this, since, again, it's already got part of the tree done. Of course. This would be a good one because we have 30% there. We don't have one right there. There we go. Gotcha. Saying I gotcha and then give me the wrong amount of money. Do it. Okay. Is it too complicated? So what are you talking about? I need you to ask full sentences. I'm not sure what you're asking. It's like of 11, 11 plus 14, 7 plus 8 plus 8. Okay, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These two, 10 and oops. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 65, 66, 67, 72, 80, 88, 95. 5, 22. thick. Yeah, this is a 4 out of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the only thing this is missing is fizz. So we want to get one. That. Mm-hmm.
This is our center of power, our forge, where the hot blood of the world flows forth as magma. A series of small steps can conquer a mountain.
Yeah, you're broke, yeah. I get it. Not cheap. Boo, boo, boo. So what we want to get obviously is the fizz one. We want that to be allocated. Then we want to have as many non-competing as we can. So it's unlikely we find one. I'll put a point there. Let's see if we can get one without. Are we allocating on your end here? 2, 3 is bottom. 1, 2, 3 is bottom. Got 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. Damn, no one's answering. What? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, and then 3. So for this one, we have to compete with 1. Sticky total. One, two, three. You break a div, yeah. Puts a div, doesn't break it. Okay, classic. This one's great because it doesn't have a competing 2 or a competing 3. It's got one competing here and then no competing here. And this only has one. This is by far the best one we've got here. Holy fuck, that's a lot of characters. Who is that? Why do I have that name? Yeah. So that guy's name is like legit gonna kill me one time. Um,
Is complete.
the 6 now. So that's 8.5 divines right there. 9.5. Four and a half, 8.5, 9.5. Splits 10. And then 2 imprints will be 14. So to make 2 attempts here, it's 14 divs. Come on, where are the beasts? Look at that. See that? Look at the tree. 35% kept, 15% kept, rampage kept, tornado shot kept. This is how we lined it up. But because this has still got the same assigned, just run to a map quickly, assign that point, and then let's see. We've got 2, 3, 3, 3. This one, we just go with the downgrade. There's our buff. Look on well. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Ascend
These two aren't connected, but
and wield the power you know yourself to be worthy of.
look at the tree. Quite impressive.
We've spotted one of my men, the ghastly imp.
We got the fizz and the attack speed.
An impressive feat.
What do I see their shit?
You show undeniable promise.
God damn it.
A powerful creation.
Well, I got it. Oh, it downgraded it too. Look at that. Motherfucker. Ooh, that's interesting. Look at this. So, let's see. There's a road.
blades could not have hoped to achieve what you have. Truly remarkable. Ascend, mortal, and wield the power you know yourself to be worthy of.
Thanks, Joe.
Welcome, Surface Dweller, to a place created by titans. Your kind has stood upon our shoulders since time immemorial. This is our center of power, our forge, where the heart blood of the world
Okay.
flows
Okay.
as
Okay. Done, baby. Let's go, boys.
a monumental creation, which will inevitably beget destruction.
That took what, 30 minutes? All right. So I got the guy couldn't afford to finish the tree, so we finished it for him. Spent about I think 30 divs and 30 minutes there. And we get now a 5 modded rampage tree perfectly done. And that is my payment, which is about 160, 180 divs. So we made about 140, 150 bucks. Divine's in an hour there, half an hour there. Oh my god. You guys see what just happened? We just rolled tier 1 attack speed, guys, and it removed tier 1 flat fizz. It was a bad thing that happened. Like, it was good that we hit tier 1 attack speed, but, like here.
is complete.
Yeah. Okay, look at this. This is what it looked like. See? T1, 9 to 13. And we hit 8% attack speed, which means if it had landed anywhere else, we would already have a fucking 2 T1, which is better. The bow that I spent fucking 2 weeks and 21 mirrors crafting. I put 1,500 imprints and 2,100 vultures, and that didn't even have T1 T1. Oh yeah, no, I'm just saying like, the reason why I'm rolling this one, and not, if you recall, I said this beforehand. I bought a new bow base, just kind of fuck around with mostly, but I bought this specifically because it had T1 flat fizz, and in the entire time I rolled this, right? You can see there I've got tier 2 fizz percent, tier 2 fizz flat, and tier 1 attack speed. Never once in 2,200 vultures did I ever hit tier 1 flat fizz. I did hit tier 1 fizz percent, but it removed attack speed. And attack speed is much more impactful uh, early on, although I do think the fizz is rarer in hindsight. But knowing that, I was like, all right, I'm going to go for the rarest one first. Right. So I bought this one with the tier 1 flat. And then on our fourth vulture, we hit tier 1 attack speed. Right. I'm just saying it was somewhat serendipitous, but also like, holy shit, I almost would have been at the same, actually a further stage than I was in a bow. You know what I mean? It would have been pretty, um, a plan coming together, but also kind of, yeah, I get what I'm saying. Ooh, that's tier 1 chaos. That's tier 1 spell damage. That's actually quite a rare mod. Watch us roll like a perfect fucking... Actually, I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world if we rolled a really, really good spell bow. Like, because we don't really have a tree. We don't have a tree on here yet. I guess that's one of the advantages of doing the tree last. Doing the tree first is good because you can split it, right? Whereas a synth you can't split. But one of the advantages of the once you like fully fucking put in them. Holy shit! Look at this thing. Spell damage equal to 87% damage. 89, 129% spell damage. But not what I want. And none of those mods are anchoring. Like T1 spell damage is actually reasonably rare, but the only thing that would make me change my like the course would be +1 spells or support. I would need to hit. Or explode can be used for both. Potentially a stacker, like an int stacker, deck stacker, whatever. Deck stacker being the best on bow, obviously. It's funny that 5% Ellie res. That was one of the mods I was trying to roll here for like fucking 2 days. Ellie fence, sorry, Ellie res. When I put it like that, it's not. I'm not like. I'm not doing that because I want to keep this one. It's just the better fail state. So. Print. Ooh. Holy fuck, man.
Truly a survivor. Truly a survivor. Truly a survivor.
Global fizz percent.
Is complete. Truly a survivor. Truly a survivor.
I used to get jacked up about intimidate on hit, but now having rolled thousands of these, it's actually very common. What I do find funny though is that if you guys recall, I rolled this for 10.5 mirrors, and the three mods that I was looking for were spell double damage, crit multi, or Ellie pen, and we hit Ellie pen and crit multi on this in the first. We had 88, 30 vultures. Life goes sometimes. Oops. No, I'm looking for. I was talking about my claw. That had nothing to do with this. The claw, instead of the 3% double damage, I was looking for multi or pen. I'm gonna roll over this attack speed here. That is tier 1 attack speed, so that's one of the mods we're looking for. Unfortunately, it removed the tier 1 fizz percent, or flat fizz. But we're looking for tier 1 fizz percent, which is 23 to 25. Tier 1 flat fizz, which we already have on there, and then tier 1 attack speed, which is 7 to 8%. Of course. Hi, bro. What's up, Ender?
Truly a survivor. 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 Truly a survivor.
Oh my god. Bro, if we hit +1 support on there, that's like a perfect fucking... Good thing I have a bunch of bows. I now have... So I've got a perfect tree right here. Tornado Shot, Rampage, Explicit, Attack Speed, Fizz. Tornado Shot, Rampage, Explicit, turn to blah blah Fizz. Tornado Shot, Rampage, Explicit, blah 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 Fizz. And then I also have one here, which is Tornado Shot, 16% double damage, Fizz, Attack Speed, Fizz. This here has Tier 2 Fizz percent, Tier 2 Fizz flat, and Tier 1 attack speed. No tree on this one here, but it is actually pretty much the exact same as this one. Except the fact that this is 6 length and 30 qualities. Flat Fizz, that's Tier 4. Oh, wait, it goes 27, 28, 20, no, 28, 29, 30, 25, 26, 27, 24, 25, 26, 27. So this is Tier 3 multi, Tier 1 Fizz. The multi doesn't matter. If you're rolling a Fizz bow, you need to have local mods. Anything global is not going to be helpful. Not helpful, but not ideal. That's kind of nice, though. It's like, do I want to keep multi here or pen? Oh, sorry, the frenzy charge. Keep the frenzy charge. Is this rare on the ring? No, because rings can roll multiple charges. But it is still rare. It's not super common. You can actually make a pretty good frenzy stacker because you can get the plus max frenzy charges on the crucible tree, right? And you can get it on the implicit there. You can get implicit on a shield frenzy, and you can also get it on the tree on a shield. So 2 frenzy charges there. Then you can get frenzy charge on the ring, frenzy charge on the ring, 2 frenzy charges on the glove, frenzy charge on the boots. The fuck is this guy? Why does he always do this? It really doesn't matter. Like, we're not going to be holding on to like large swabs of these. If Fizz leaves, we move on. If we end up hitting something where like Fizz gets removed here, and it ends up changing to +1 support gems, different story, right? Because if we don't have a tree on this yet, we can go with that. But you know, as it progressively gets, like if it gets a better mod, yeah, we'll imprint it there, and then you know while we continue to roll it, looking for what we're looking for, it gets progressively better that way, right? But at the same time, it's not like we forego our overall purpose here. So I don't know what CN Tencent is. I mean, I know Tencent is a Chinese gaming company. What are you talking about though? This is the funny thing is with this right here, like that's. Nope, nope, no distractions. Do a quick beast check. Beast check. 12 and 16. They've been following my videos. Is that what CN means Chinese? I thought. Or what CN mean? Or Chinese national? Is that what that mean? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, whatever. Oh, you're a creative and passionate video. Oh, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate that. Passionate. I agree with creative. I guess creative in the like the landscape of what everyone else made. Like when I look at PoE YouTube videos, to me they all seem the exact same. Um, but I also feel like it's not what I do. I don't think the formatting I have is not necessarily creative, but it's ironically kind of ends up seeming that way. because like the way that I do videos is like the first thought anyone would have, right? Like completely unedited, just talking about a point until I'm done with it, right? Like no highlights, no fucking editing. I'm not following a script, whatever. And I feel like people purposefully like think that everyone's gonna hate that, and so everyone ends up making something that ends up being the exact same, because they all have the same idea. And so it seems like you're being creative when you just do what everyone thought of the first at first too. It's just they didn't think anyone would be receptive to it. It's kind of a ironic paradox, I suppose. But then that's nice of you to say though. Thank you, appreciate that. I'm out of rare beasts, so I will go have a cigarette now, and hopefully somebody in my guild can sell me some. It's actually driving me a little bit nuts having that chaos damage on there because of the fucking purple writing. It's flaring. There's no specific reason to actually roll this right now. I just have a tendency when I roll too many, like over like 200 or 300, in a single sitting, I start to not blink, and like absolutely get into a rhythm where I'm just clicking out of like, I mean, you like get a tempo into your clicking. You're really fully registering what your eyes are seeing. And I remember the last time I rolled Merciless, like on the bow that we were trying to craft at the beginning of the league. I rolled over Merciless twice in a row, and it's like a 1 in 2200 or something, and that has nothing to do with it's like the cost wise, it's like completely negligible, right? Like 2200 alts is like fucking, I don't know, point 0.6 divs. Like I couldn't give a fuck about that. It's the fact that it takes like fucking 25 minutes. Oh, that's pretty good. Look at that. Emperors. If that were Emperors of the Many, I would be. I mean, it's a 74% roll, which is perfect roll. That is, yeah, I'll definitely keep it like that. If that were of the many though, that'd be fucking filthy. Like I'd actually probably just like like I wouldn't mirror craft that. I would just like regal until I hit like flat, imprint regal. You can regal, and then put on like cruel or something with Ashling. Gotta testify. I wanna come up in the spot looking extra fly. Till the day I die, we gonna touch the sky. Okay. We are just gonna scour this node off of here because it is annoying me again having that fucking yellow text there. It's distracting. And on the other one, we'll just put a tree on it because it doesn't have a tree yet. My mini map is so zoomed in. Easy, easy. Nice. Okay, with a fizz on there.
A powerful creation.
Oh! That's a good smoke time. Alright. Long videos are always full of patience. Thanks, man. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. I'm just gonna have a smoke. Actually, is that even worth anything? Let's see. Not a lot, but not nothing. Magmatic Virgo. Yeah. Hmm. Anyone wants to sell some maps? I've like done no mapping this league, all crafting. Every time I have to put a tree on like this in a regular map, it's running a fucking search party. Oh, what's up, dudes? Oh, I said I was gonna smoke. I still am. I just want to get this tree on here. Yo, is this the quiver guy? What up? Who's the quiver guy? Are you asking me if I make quivers? Make your mama quiver? You do? I enjoy watching trade, like not trade chat necessarily, but the private channels. Um, like not just like global one, like the ones where people go into them intentionally for some kind of purpose. So there's more of like a community to the people who are talking in that channel. Any kind of global channel is fine, global or trade. Yeah, well, I've made more mirror items than any person in the history of this game in temp leagues. I think I made 86 or 85 mirror items last time I looked. But I've played for a decade. I had a really good quiver last league, yeah. This league I made a lot of rings. Discharge, like I made this discharge claw, the first ever claw, or first ever one-handed weapon actually, to have explode and +1 support, +1 frenzy, +1 power, spell damage per power charge. I've got 6 other mirror items in my stash. I'll show you in a minute. Or my It's the crafting process, yeah. So I've got this right here. I just started rolling this, but 913 frenzy pen. Right here I've got 777. This is the only 777 ring in existence. 777 212121. And then I got the 77 power charge. These both have T1 wet as well. 77 onslaught, 7 T1. This right here, got the perfect tree, the 3 implicits, T1, T2, T2. And then we've got a tornado, rampage, explicit, perfect tree, tornado, explicit, perfect tree with rampage, both of these ones. Another one with tornado, rampage, blah blah blah. Another one actually working on now. Another discharge mirror claw. So yeah, we got a few things in the works. Oh yeah, double charge shield. Some other things. I do actually have a couple quivers. I just picked these up today. I haven't mirror crafted them yet, but they've got the crit multi already, which is the by far the hardest implicit to get. Now that +1 arrow's gone. Which one's stronger? This one by quite a significant margin. The only last league might have competed with it because of Original Sin, right? The one thing that Discharge has that can be kind of frustrating, is that, you know, balancing like something like Hatred, for example, right? You get increased cold or more cold damage. Wrath gives more lightning damage. You know, if you want to get ignites, whatever it is, you have those three different elements. Now, typically power charge historically has been the highest. Right now it's actually frenzy charge because they changed the way Swift Killer works. Swift Killer used to give 1 power charge, 1 frenzy. Now it gives 2 frenzy charges. Plus Dark Ray Vectors makes it more sensible to stack that. So you have 1 additional frenzy here. The balance is even on frenzy power there. And then you also get 2 of them from whatever. So we have 12 frenzy charges, 12 power charges, and upwards of 6 endurance charges. Now, because of that, the power and frenzy are relatively evenly passed, but the obviously the fire damage is quite a bit lower, right? So having Original Sin, just making it all chaos, where you don't have to worry about fucking, you know what I mean? It all goes towards the same damage pool. That was really nice. Plus, you don't have to worry about reflect, and you could use Divergent Void Manipulation, right? Which is a loss of like a couple percentage of more multiplier. But the level 5 Awakened Void Manipulation gives +1 to Chaos Gems, which doesn't matter because Discharge isn't a Chaos Gem. But the Divergent gives you Leech, right? So you get like a 40% more multiplier, plus you get Leech. And you can also use Wither on top of that, which is a 90% debuff, increased damage debuff. And then you can still get shocks and chills from Skitterbots. So I thought last leagues, was huge. Split. That being said, though, I don't think I've ever had a build that was this much ahead. Like, right, if you were to look at every person playing Discharge right now, not just on my specific class and not using a trigger discharge, anyone playing Discharge, cast on death, whatever. And keep in mind, people who are playing self-cast or cast on death, they don't use Endless Misery, so that's a 60% less multiplier. So after all my damage, you got 100 million, you put this on, you've got 60, right? And even in spite of that, I have more than 2.5 times the damage of any other person playing Discharge. And also, at least anyone on the front page, more than double the EHP. So, now that Discharge is like the most competitive skill in the world, but we are like leaps and bounds ahead of where anyone else playing it is. Like it's to a point that it's not even like a question. That's dank. Yeah, cheers. Oops. Invited the wrong person. I actually can't remember if I have an imprint with the fucking the flat biz on there, so I'll make a new one. Fuck. I still need Rare Beast, by the way. I mean, you can get discharged into the billions if you want to, right? But when people do that, it's usually like a self-cast or cast on death with like fucking ignites or something like that, right? It's like a completely cheesed build. What's good about this one is that it's like full. This is like full quality of life. I think every reason people have ever loved Discharge, this build has. Boom. Oh, oh, that sucks.
and wield the power you know yourself to be worthy of.
Yo, this tree is what the fuck? Dude, look at this fucking tree. Max tier fucking fire res. Max tier suppression. Max tier fucking suppression. Spectral serum throw. Max tier brittle. Max tier implicit modifiers. What the fuck? And then I get fucking trees like this on squires. 20 armor. Lightning res minus fire. 3%. Fucking trash. God damn it. Yeah, there's nothing.
This is our center of power, our forge, where the hot blood of the world flows forth as magma.
Sucks. And now we get a crystalline geode.
A mental creation, which will
Yo.
inevitably beget destruction.
These motherfuckers. +4 max fire is worth a lot on Dawnbreaker. Huh. I mean, I can move it onto an uncorrupted one. Actually, mods are insane. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Good point. That what are they classified? Are they resistance mods? But like the fizz taken as X or defense mods? Your build needs more shiny upgrades. Yeah. No, Ashes, Squire. The Squire's so hard to find though. Last league, I couldn't find Squire. Get all. There was only one of them. Other than you. Yeah, I think for Squire, I want to get life on the first one, like 80% or 80 life. The second one, I would want to get 4 max res, and then I would run probably cold max res, just because of being a shadow. I have access to that. Actually, no, I have access to all 3 of them. All 3 max res nodes. I like the lightning, fire, and cold. I guess the fire one's technically the best because it's on life. So yeah, maybe we should go for fire. Did you have change for I don't know why I didn't just think of that. Did you have change for another event? So I wouldn't normally be that frugal, but yeah, run it down. one of these. See where that is? Like 2 of them. I don't know if this guy forgets. I forget. This guy saw that I had a bunch of altereds or foils he wanted last league. And we talked for like fucking 3 hours. I gave him shit for free. You don't know who I am. Hey. Hey Bill, how's it going? Hey, I'm good man, how you doing? What did I come to do? Oh yeah, okay. We had the boom boom. I got trees fucking nuts, man. Implicit modifier magnitudes, 4 max res, 25% suppression. Look at that, that's 45% suppression. This has 20, 45, and 4 max res and the implicits. And it's got a perfect chance to block. Shitty implicit though. What suffixes do you want? I don't know how to answer that until you. If you're using fire, presumably, you can go for. Well, you're most likely gonna bench. What do you call it? Non-affecting, increased effective non-damaging ailments. So if you do Reforge crit or Reforge crit, you're either gonna get crit chance or crit multi. Reforge chaos will get you chaos res. Reforge caster will get you cast speed. What's in there? Reforge. You can also just double exalt. That might actually be better because then you can hit dot multi. Obviously, that would be a long shot, but might be a little bit more controllable. For that one as well, though, you could try and use the veiled mod for the suffix too. I wouldn't be spending that much on it though. The only time I would ever bother doing prefixes can be chained, like, because it's so cheap to make them, right? Like, here. I want to show you guys something. Actually, I'll put this on while I go because it's only like a 3-minute video. I don't know if you guys were around or knew about me back then, but in Calandra League, I was like one of the only streamers, whatever. This is when I was on Twitch, obviously, to actually play like the whole league. And I basically from day one just focused on the reflecting tile mechanic. And I got so proficient at making +4 amulets that I now own, I think, 55% of all of them that are in existence on standard. And none of them I bought, right? They're just ones that I had coming over. But because of that, obviously, to make a +4, you have to make a lot of +2s. And I got so proficient at it that I decided to do like a speed crafting challenge. And this video I always find funny because I'm starting off with a I start off with a +1 amulet, right? And I predict the mods exactly. I go, these are the mods that are going to be on this amulet, and we're also going to make it a +4. And 2 minutes and 20 seconds later, that +1 amulet was a +4 amulet with the exact mods I said it would have. So like that means like I turned it from a +1 into a +2, did all the reforging, blah blah blah, opened the fucking reflecting or Lake of Calandra, ran to the T whatever reflecting like T at least a T8 or T9 if it was a +4. And yeah, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. I was like, yeah, that's pretty. But yeah, no, I don't. Unless you had. Oh, is the dot multi? Sorry? Do you have dot multi fractured? It would be a lot easier. Just link me just link me the amulet. Having an item described to me in like 600 words over 12 sentences is just hard to visualize. Having trouble. Much crafting, yeah, no problem. But yeah, still, the OG did whisper. 30 fire, block, Asian igneous, poison. What's it? Release the effect, that's nice. Sync that far. Yeah, my character's name is Belton PoE, just link your amulet. Get the triggered one again. Just link me the amulet. I don't want to hear about it again. Not replying to another message unless you just link me the amulet. Sounds off now. Just don't need to speak compulsively to fill in. You know what I mean? Speak when I have something to say. I was never off. Energy stash 1 sick. Thanks. I got a question, okay. It seems a little bit redundant and a waste of your time to tell me you're about to ask a question. When is crit better and when is attack speed better? Do you mean for the crafted mod? Do you have another source of frenzy charge generation? Because if you so, then crit chance is one of the worst mods that you like. It's one of the most important mods, but one of the worst mods in any build that has like any reasonable level of gear. Because crit chance is one of the only things that's hard capped, right? Meaning crit chance can never go above 100%, right? It doesn't have like diminishing return. It has 0 return after 100%. So everything is better than crit chance. Everything is better than crit chance except for unless you don't have max crit. Right now with a bow, what did you say you're playing? Yeah, okay. If you have a quiver bow build, I'm assuming. Well, no, if you're asking this question, you probably don't have mirror here. So, a lot of people this league have been crit deficient because the 3T1 prefix bow that TFT made doesn't have any crit on it, right? Normally you'd have like 8.8% crit or 8.456 whatever, 8.6 something, let's say 8.5 stat whatever percent crit. Plus you would have elevated Hunter's mod. Plus so that would put you to 10.5, and then you'd have hatred if you needed it, which would put you to 11.5, 12.3. And if you have any source of power charge generation, right, like you're gonna get another that gives you 200%, so minimum. So that's another what we already have about 40% or something like that. And then yeah, plus bows have very efficient crit nodes, right? Like you're gonna be at like 70 or 80% without any investment in whatsoever. You throw in a diamond flask, you're crit capped. Now, if you don't have access to like that higher end gear, then that's obviously a different situation, but Ooh, bleeding deals damage faster. I feel like these are. That is an expensive mod. Holy cow! Look at that. What are the mods that they want to like? I don't actually know what this build is, but bleed people always mention talk about bleed bows. Figure this would this would be a natural choice for what would be in a bleed bow, but I don't see anything expensive here. Nothing's good. Damn, yeah, that's some hot trash right there. Hot trash. Hey, what up, man? How you doing, Carlos? Carlos. Carlos Sancha. What percent crit with the attack and crit? Uh, it doesn't work. I mean, like that's not. There's no. You're not providing me with enough information. We'll go use path of building. I'm not gonna. Like that, you have the base damage of whatever skill, right? So for spells, it's like the base damage of the skill gem. For weapons, it's the base damage of your weapon. That is then multiplied by the either cast or attack speed, which is then multiplied. You've got your increases in damage, your more multipliers, and you've got your sources of added as damage, and then you have your crit, and then your crit multi, which then multiplies it again, and then you've got the enemies take increased damage, things like res, penetration, whatever. All of these things are synergistic and they all work on each other in a balance, right? If you have 1,000 crit multi but 1% crit, it's useless. But if you have 100% crit chance and 0 crit multi, you always have a baseline crit multi because there's I think it's 150% no matter what. But it's always going to like how those work in balance, unless there are certain breakpoints you have to hit, which do exist. But again, path of building is going to be better for that. I know I don't use path building myself, but that's because I've played Discharge for 10 years and I don't need it. But stuff like that, I can't just conjure up answers to. I don't even know what build you're playing. Or skill you're using. Oh! Why do I min-max past? I barely play the game. I craft. It's not in order. Like League Addict. I want to be helpful without being dismissive. So please don't take this like I'm trying to like whatever. There is so much information on this. And I'm being kind of not brash about it. I'm not doing like it's a very easy to understand process, but I don't really want to like you can just go look on type damage on the wiki or on PoEDB and it'll explain how this works. I don't know what build you're playing. I don't know the specifics of your build. Balancing those things out is going to be obviously contingent on your gear, your passives, your weapon, if it's an attack base, your spell, like whatever, right? I don't, respectfully, don't really care. Like I'm not spending 45 minutes looking over your build to answer that question. And I'm not going in. If you really don't understand this stuff, I can guarantee you there's videos on YouTube that are like probably 15 minutes long that explain how it all works properly. But I don't like that's just intensely boring to me to talk about as a topic. And again, no disrespect intended, but I'm like spending mirrors here. I don't want to talk about how damage stacking works. So if you don't understand that, I would pop out of the channel for a bit and make sure you do because it's important. You stay with tier 2? No, I'm getting tier 1s. On attack speed is the most common one, which is why I bought a new bow base to get that. But if you have attack speed pre-existing, right here. Okay. Yeah. Again, thank you for being not freaking out about me saying that. I mean that to respect your time, not to insult you. But when it's stuff that comes to like the earlier parts of the game, I don't. That's not like I can't answer that stuff. I just really that's not what I do content wise, and I find that like immensely boring because I played the game for 22,000 hours over 11 years. I understand some people who make content like to pander to that audience and they'll sit there and they're like comfortable whatever. I was like I'm not that guy. And I don't want to operate under false pretenses. The reason why I have this passion for the game is because I legitimately love playing it, and I love playing it because I do when I talk about the things that like I want to. And if I sat here all day re-explaining things that are like a basic foundational thing on the game, I would absolutely hate it. Okay, So you see here, that's tier 1, and this one's tier 2, right? If we now roll 8% IAS, that 8% attack speed, right? If we didn't have attack speed on there as it is right now, right? That attack speed would then go through a 1 and 3, right? It's going to be a pretty butchered looking 3 here. Okay. Wow, that's a bad. It's going to be, if you roll 8% attack speed, it then has to go through 1 and 3, right? If you didn't have that mod there, right? Because it's going to either decide to slot it here on the top, here, or here, right? Now, the reason why we're happy that we hit attack speed is because if we roll attack speed now, it can't roll here and it can't roll here because you can't have the same mod twice. Which means if you have the correct mod in the wrong tier, it is forced to replace the lower tier. Because again, you can't have 6% attack speed and then 8% attack speed. Oh, I don't have screen capture on, sorry. What the fuck just happened? There it is. Okay. I've also explained this all in a video I've already made, by the way. But yes, with 6% attack speed there, okay, you roll 8%. What the fuck? I just turned on screen capture. 6% attack speed. If you roll 8% attack speed, it then rolls a 1 and 3, right? Normally, we had this happen earlier, and we hit the attack speed tier 1, and it removed the fizz. Now, since we hit attack speed, and the attack speed fell not on the fizz, that means if we roll 8% now, it can't replace the flat fizz, and it can't replace the light radius in this case, because then it would have attack speed twice, and you can't roll the same mod twice. So if you have the right mod in the wrong tiers, you don't have to go through that process of 1 and 3. Which video? I'm going to point it out to you, but I'm going to make fun of you a little bit because it's very obvious which video. A guide to synthesis crafting. Well, let's hover over the names of the videos. Crucible tree crafting. Awakened gems versus temple. How to make one divine. A guide to synthesis crafting. Voidborn keys. That's it for this league. So. Which one do you think it is? Alright, now I'm going for that cigarette because I'm getting a little snipey. It's hard to know which is right. Yeah, no, and that's the journey of a new player, right? Like, there are sometimes really stupid questions that are really important to know nonetheless, right? Like a stupid question can be a good question. Like, stupid in the sense that like if you're experienced in this game, that question is like so dumb to hear. But if you were like on your first like early stages of the game, what might seem like a really stupid thing to ask. Could be like fundamentally change. You never look damage. That's not damage stacking. That's literally just how damage works. Yeah, but no, like there's certain things that are on the wiki. I'm not gonna be the wiki. You know what I mean? My time, like I don't want to say my time's too valuable, but like, if you're sitting down with like I don't know, fucking like Bill Gates or whatever, do you want to hear about like day one stuff from when you take coding or software engineering in community college? It's like no. And I'm not saying Bill Gates, but it's like right, damage PoE there, click it, PoE, boom. Damage for beginners, right? It's like there are certain things like, hey, how do I craft this item? What can I do investment wise? Blah blah blah. What are the nuances here? When to choose synth crafting, like the decision making, like things like that. I'm happy to discuss, but things where you can literally just pull up Google and say, hey, how does damage work? Like, don't waste. Like, I'm not angrily saying this. You need to tell people like I don't even think I'm ignoring you, or I'm just gonna like I'm not gonna answer those questions. To me, it seems like a waste of my time and a little insulting, to be honest. In terms of you know, like if I'm right now, I just spent a mirror and a half. I like it's I feel like it's a very weird thing to sidetrack that you can just Google. And also, like, if there's something specific you want to like, please look through the videos at least. Like, I know not everyone knows that I have a website, which I do, which is also linked right here. That you can click like this, and then the website has dozens of pages with guides or Discord. At the very least, if you're on YouTube, please look at the YouTube videos because I actually I made a new playlist. It's called guides. If I have a guide, it'll be in there. It's like 30 videos. All of them will have the title in them, labeling. Um, you know, I usually stream like 18 hours a day, 19 hours a day. I know most of you guys aren't here that long, obviously. So, you know, you don't like see the full cycle of it, but it's like I spend like 2 hours a day answering the same questions. And those are like not only are they like the repetitive questions, but I actually like at one other point in the past I've taken like 6 hours of my time to make a video where I like wrote out a script to make sure I covered all of that information, and to constantly like reset. Like, it's very it's I don't want to say it's draining, but it's like it makes me just want to hide chat. You know what I mean? Because like I can like, focus on what I'm doing for the most part. Most people just kind of want to watch. I think too. You know, like I think some people just like seeing cool items crafted and don't necessarily have a lot of questions. So if you're going to, I'm not saying you need to go through like this giant litmus test or anything, but at the very least, please, if it's something you can Google, like, hey, how does XYZ work? Google it. Um, Again, if it's something that's more nuanced, like you know when to know how to do blah blah blah, things that I would be more specialized to, I think I'd be happy to discuss those, and then just check to see if I have a guide on it already. If you can, if those two things, if it's you know how does crit multi work in PoE, if it's on a wiki page, use the wiki page. Um, but you know you're not gonna find a wiki page on like how to discuss player fucking you know player prioritization and investment strategy and how to know when certain things, you know what I mean, like the more nuanced parts of the game. But I have a hard time task shifting. I've mentioned that before. I have really bad ADHD. Also, my chat is on a TV like 15 feet away, so like I physically stop what I'm doing to look every time, and like my brain has like a tough time doing that. It's kind of like a you know shifting a task like that and switching to something else. It like puts me in like a completely different headspace. And so when I do that, and it's something like you know it would have taken you less time to type it into Google than it, or the exact same amount of time to type it into Google. That's how I in the chat. That kind of stuff annoys me. Yeah. I mean, Demi was entertaining to watch. It was shit crafting, though. He also owes me about 60 mirrors. um. Okay. But I think he had. I think he had some more. I don't want to say demons. I don't know him that well, but. Anyways, I hope he's doing well. All right, I'm gonna go for that smoke. I'll see you guys shortly. What's up, DCM? Back in a few minutes, guys. Forgot to do one thing. If I don't do this immediately, sometimes I forget, and like I come back after like a smoke or something, I get distracted, and I think that these old imprints are for whatever I'm doing right now. So no, I don't take it like I don't. My perception is not that you are like maliciously asking a question like that or anything like that, but it's just I don't know. It's like that expression, you know. You teach people the way you want to be treated. It's like it's not fair of me to get upset when people ask me questions like that if I've never expressed to you that I'm just, you know what I mean. Like communicating is important, right? So I'm saying this because I want my time to be respected, and I want to respect yours too. And like, if you tell someone, "Hey, I'm not going to answer these types of questions. Please respect that I don't want to answer the blah blah blah," and they continue, it's like, all right, well, that person knows that it bothers you. You've asked them to stop, they're going another way, and that just gives you a way to, you know what I mean? Like then I know, okay, this person doesn't respect me. It doesn't care about whatever, and so like that's an important thing to know, right? And I don't want you to sit here for like 4 hours asking the same question over and over, and me just be too cowardly to say, "Yo, I don't want to talk about that." It's like, nah, I'm a man, you know. Like if you ask me a question and I think it's boring or part of a game that like is too not juvenile but novice for me in terms of my interests, I can just say that to you because I assume you're adult enough to handle that. I want to respect your time. Thanks for all the tips. Yeah, you're welcome, man. Okay, I made that imprint. I'll hover over the. Well, the imprint on the right is the one with the attack speed, but we're not going to waste all those imprints. And since that's tier 2, we'll roll these ones out first in case we hit a tier 1, and then we'll use that as the fail state. And yeah, I was thinking about wasting time to edit and stuff. Yeah, no, I'm not going to edit things ever. It's like if you want to be good at PoE, it takes a concerted like investment into yourself and into learning. If somebody wants to become like wealthy or good at crafting in PoE, and that same person refuses to watch like a 45-minute video and wants to find out in 5 minutes, well, guess what? You've already answered your own question. You're never going to be good at crafting because, you know, if you're unwilling to put the time in to learn the thing you want, like it's just, you know what I mean? My videos tend to run long because I cover them in a way that I don't have to go revisit the topic, right? Most of the guides that I see for PoE, it's like they give a good surface level, but you leave with more questions than you have answers. You know, I make a guide like a flask crafting guide, and like that book is closed. You know what I mean? Like I spent 2 leagues, the synthesis guide video I made, I spent 2 leagues and probably 400 hours collecting the data on 22,000 synthesis rules before I made that video, because like, boom, done. You know? So if that runs long, it runs long. If people like it, they like it. If they don't, I don't give a fuck. You know, I'd be happy if my YouTube channel is successful, but I don't really care for the opinions of people on. There's like 3 people in all of Path of Exile whose opinion I care about, and none of them are people who comment on my YouTube videos. So if someone, you know, if someone doesn't think it's the best way to learn PoE, you know, it doesn't really matter what you think, because if what you thought mattered, you wouldn't have to be watching video guides. Okay.